of my ability. Cooperate, promote, and protect the best interests of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes in accordance with this Constitution and bylaws. Okay, you're all sworn.
Okay, can we get roll call, please, Jen?
Jim Molitor. Anita Matt.
Present.
Jennifer Finley. Tom McDonald.
Here.
Carol Langford. Here. Len Tuteeth. Here. Bing Matt. Ellie Bundy.
Present.
Martin Charlo.
Present.
Mike Dosen.
I'm here.
James Steele Senior.
Thank you, Jen. Next is a prayer. Can we get Stephen to lead us in our prayer?
Lucas Coach yet was come here fast. Look good and certain look up here. Such look at so short. Say look at so is a steps. So let's see. Namaste. Just the mail section hoy. Guess in connect to what he said. Stops. Come here fast look at school. Und so ein Gospel. Der geht stark und ein Sitz. So geht Bus, so geht Schuss, so geht das ja. Da muss ich so geht gut. So geht Brot Putti. So Putti le. Gott geschieht Glück up ja. Ich laut ein Lied. So geht Wat kunst op je. Kijk, zijn gemiddeld. Je zit zo open. Zoekt op je. Hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo. Hey, ay, yo, hey, yo, hey, ay, yo, hey, yo. hey, ay, 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 away, 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 hey, ay, ay, away, hey, ay, ay, away, hey, ay, ay, away, aha, hey, aha, hey, aha, hey. I just said a prayer for all of us. Let the Creator take care of us. It's a new year. Put the old stuff back down. I remember my dad and them used to say, put that away, put that away, put that old stuff away. Start a new year wherever we go. Watch over the sick, watch over the elders, watch over our kids, watch over everybody. So today we got some new council. Good, it's good. Some have been here before, I guess, so they know what to do. So grandfather, take care of us. You know, last year it's been hard. I almost lost my life. I seen a lot of things. So grandfather just helped us councilmen help us out, you know. I just sang a song that we used to sing. We used to sing at Quickwasoo's. New Year's Eve, we used to bring our guns out and rifles and shoot our rifles out. So grandfather, that's been changed. It's been changed. So anyway, watch over our roads wherever we go. And I thank you. Thank you for letting me have the prayer. And I miss a lot of my elders. Thank
Thank you, Stephen. Now we got our flag sewn. Yaman suit. Thank you. Okay, our next on the agenda is the council election of officers.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, go
Madam
ahead.
Vice Chair and members of the council, I would like to make the motion to appoint Tom McDonald as the new chair by acclamation.
We've got a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, by acclamation. Okay.
Take a second.
Second by Mike. All those in favor? Unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Lim, it's an absolute honor to be elected. And additionally, having the respect of the fellow representatives here to lead the council as the chairperson is unimaginable for me. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll reserve further comments until we do our updates. With that, I'd like to go to the vice chair position and ask for nominations for the vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we appoint Len by acclamation.
Seconded by Mike. Take a vote. All those in favor? Unanimous? Congratulations, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I very much appreciate your support for this position, and I also want to thank the membership. Thank you.
We'll move on to the secretary position. Is there nominations for the secretary?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would make the motion to appoint Martin Charlo as secretary by acclamation.
Seconded by Bing. We'll take a vote. Unanimous. Congratulations, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, and especially membership. This is my halfway point of my tenure on council, hopefully longer, but I'll continue to serve and be as transparent, have council be as transparent by continuing to help with anything I can, and just to make the organization a better than it was when we found it. So thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on an officer position again. Thanks.
Thank you, Martin. We'll move on to treasurer. We'll take on nomination for treasurer. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate Ellie Bundy for secretary by acclamation.
Check.
Sorry, treasurer by acclamation.
Is there a second? Second by Anita. We'll take a vote. Unanimous. Congratulations. Can we take we'll take just a quick break while we readjust here. Well, our break's over, so if Yaman Suk could do an honors song for us for the officers, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
could have shook their hands. Oh, well. My volume won't work. Oh, there it is. Oh, can they hear me? Oh, they can't hear me. Oh, hold on there. Oh, Jesus. Shut my camera off. I don't know how to shut it off.
Yamat. Again, I want to, everybody said it a few times, but I want to thank all of you for coming today, especially in the dead of the winter and bad roads, and showing this kind of support for our council going forward today is tremendous. It's good for us. It really helps empower us and know that we have the people's business to do before us. And so we really want to do that for you. So thank you so much for coming. Along with that, we've had so many people that have been great resources and employees for the tribes. So at this time, we'd really like to honor a staff person, my former supervisor, quite a while ago, a former chairperson, legal of our department head of the legal department, and really want to say a few words to honor Rhonda Swaney. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Len to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, distinguished membership. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge a very prestigious, instrumental staff person that has been with us for a number of years. She began with us, she began her career with one of her positions was our natural resource department head when we started the process of gathering the data we needed for our water rates. She's also been in our legal department, not only as one of our attorneys, but as our lead attorney, who took the lead in our water right negotiations. You know, Rhonda mentioned her retirement to us last month. And I felt compelled that we needed to acknowledge her at this meeting when all the members are here, because of the hard work and leadership that she has done for us. I just feel that we needed to honor her today. And I would like to actually turn this over to one of her former colleagues, Dan Matt Decker, to say a few words also. Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and congratulations to all of the tribal council. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity today to say a few words about my former colleague and mentor, Rhonda Swaney. I certainly have learned a lot from her over the years, as I believe many of us within a tribal organization has. So I thank you a lot for this. So I'll try to put into words what Rhonda has meant to the legal department and the tribes overall. CSKT tribal member Rhonda Swaney retired from her position as the managing attorney for the tribes on December 31st of 2021. She had served in that role since 2014 and had worked as an attorney in the CSKT legal department since 2005. As the managing attorney, Rhonda supervised the legal department staff of 15 people, including 11 staff attorneys. As managing attorney, Rhonda was involved in tribal, federal, and state administrative and judicial litigation and had dealt with numerous jurisdictional issues. Rhonda also provided legal advice to the tribal council as well as all tribal government agencies. Before becoming an attorney, as Vice Chairman Tuthi said, Rhonda had served as the chairwoman of the tribal council. She had also served as department head for the tribe's natural resources department. And prior to her tribal government service, Rhonda had also worked at the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the Northwest Regional Office in Portland. One of the most important issues Rhonda had worked on in her illustrious career was water rights. Rhonda had a long history of working on water rights issues. From her time on the tribal council to her time as the natural resources department head, and then in her most recent position as the managing attorney. Rhonda was a guiding member of the tribe's water rights negotiating team. She worked diligently for many years to accomplish the tribe's water compact approval by the Water Rights Compact Commission for the state of Montana and the Montana State Legislature. Rhonda put in endless hours reviewing and modifying proposed language, providing legislative and public meeting comment, and generally just representing the public face of the tribes. Working alongside other stellar team members, Rhonda immediately started going to work on getting the CSKT water settlement agreement approved by Congress. And then after some very frustrating years of writing and rewriting, as well as negotiating the bill with Congress, administrative representatives, and local detractors, she accomplished the task. She worked countless hours educating, reminding, and advocating for the Confederated Salish Kootenai tribes. Rhonda and the tribe's negotiating team efforts have certainly paid off for our tribes, as our water settlement is by far the largest ever approved by Congress. Rhonda is a beloved member of the tribal legal department. I say is instead of was, because I still will plan out to reach out to her with questions and seek her advice. Rhonda's leadership and devotion is one of a kind, and she is one of the select few I would call irreplaceable. Thank you for your many years of devoted service to our tribes, Rhonda. You truly will be missed, and we wish you the very best in your retirement and future endeavors. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda. Do you have any words of wisdom for us, Rhonda? We know we're going to call on you. There's no way that you're not leaving our family. So, you know, as a person, you hired me in my first professional position. So I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Rhonda, that's for sure. So you've meant a lot to so many of us. So much for our fish and wildlife mitigation wouldn't have happened without your leadership as the Natural Resource Department head. We would have had 40,000 acres of land that we bought over the last 20 years if it wasn't for your leadership. So please, Rhonda, take it with our deepest heart and thanks for your years of service. You've been by far a dedicated employee. Your years on council were tremendous. You know, your leadership was wonderful. So please please, have a wonderful retirement, but you got to come back and do some work for us. Carol?
Oh, I forgot how to run the mic after 28 years, geez. Rhonda, I want to also thank you and tell you how much I appreciate you. Myself, Rhonda, Swaney, and Mary Left Hand were elected together back in 1994. I hope I got that right. And it was a real honor to serve with both of those women with great knowledge and women who were educated and really helped me and mentor me along. And then Rhonda became chairwoman. And I tell you, you can't ask for a better person to lead us, and somebody with the knowledge and the experience of our organization. You know, a lot of times you don't get that, but Rhonda was really awesome in everything that she has done, and really appreciate you, Rhonda, and know that I will be calling on you also, because there's things that, you know, sometimes you just need advice, or sometimes you just need to know if you remember what happened. So thank you so much, and I wish you well in your retirement, and I'll see you soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Carol. Is there any other, Ellie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda, congratulations on your retirement. Your knowledge and experience have been invaluable, and I just want to thank you for your service. And thank you for your friendship. I've looked up to you for so many years, and you're going to be missed, and I hope you still stay in touch. Congratulations.
Anita?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda, I got to see you the other day, and it was kind of a bittersweet, but we're certainly going to miss you. We've always relied on your expertise, and I hope you enjoy your time off. You really didn't tell me where you were going. I guess you didn't want us to know, but I really do appreciate everything that you've done. We were talking about our water rights trip down to Phoenix over 30 years ago. So anyway, enjoy yourself, and thank you for everything that you've done for the tribe.
Thank you, Anita. Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda, I too wish you a very good retirement. And when we had passed our water compact in Helena some 6 years ago or so, you know, it was really something to see you guys work and do what you did to get that compact passed. We were there quite often in Helena, you know, with all the meetings and whatnot that went on with the different senates and senators and whatever else that was going on over there. It was something to see, and it was something to be part of. And I'll never forget that, you know, even the last day when they passed that compact that day, all 10 of us were sitting up there in the balcony when that happened, you know, and, you know, and see that passed when they voted on it that day. And thinking back of what you did and all the work that you put in to get that passed was unbelievable. And I really thank you for getting this other one passed that we just had here before Christmas. That was another outstanding issue for the tribe, really important issue for the tribe. And now, you know, $1.9 billion later, here we are sitting here waiting to have just things rolling, you know, and have all that money to do things for our irrigation. And if it wasn't for you, that probably wouldn't have happened. And I just want to thank you and wish you the best of luck in your retirement. And this honoring is something, it's kind of little, but it's something to wish you best of wishes for you and your travels, girl. So thank you.
Thank you, Bing. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Rhonda, I just want to say, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you over the past 2 years and work with you. And I just want to reiterate Dan's words that it's very clear to me you are irreplaceable. Enjoy your retirement.
Jimmy?
Hey, Rhonda, how are you? I just wanted to say it was a pleasure working with you in the past, and I just want to wish you very well in your retirement and enjoy it. Probably won't last long for they'll be after you to come back here, so enjoy what you can.
Any other comments, words for Rhonda? Oh, Jennifer?
Rhonda, you set an example for young Indian women and for all Indian women with your strength, with your power, with your intelligence. And I've always seen you as a role model in my community of how we can be in the world. So thank you for that. And whether you realize it or not, people are looking at you as a role model and as an example of what a strong woman looks like and what a strong woman does. Thank you for that. And thank you for all the work that you've done for our tribes, Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I guess, Rhonda, if you had any words for us, if you have a mic, please. We don't want to cut you off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to you and to all that have served and will serve in the future. It's so good to see that we continue to strive and that we repeat our rituals and ceremonies, and we are a great family. It's been a trip, a ride. I had the opportunity during my career to work on so many interesting, important things. And I just want to thank you for that opportunity. And I want to thank all those that worked with me, all the teams that I was on, all the very talented tribal members and non-member employees, because we did this. We put the CSKT on the map again, and I certainly didn't do it by myself. I appreciate the honoring, but want to remind you that there are many other people out there who are so valuable and contribute so much to the tribes and their being. It's been great. I appreciate it. And even though I'm retired, I've been gone a week. I miss you all dearly. And I look forward to being able to see and work with you in the future. Thanks. Oh, and thank you for the blanket. I really need it.
Hold out there, Rhonda. We have one more speaker that would like to thank you before your honors on. So Jim Steele Sr. would like to say a word.
How you doing? You know, when I first worked with Rhonda, it was in the old Ronan agency. She was working for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I just left law enforcement and came home, and I had an opportunity to work in range management that summer with Dennis Claremont. And I met Rhonda, and she was very active. She was back in her little room there, and she introduced me to a few people that I didn't know. One of the things that I found out is that things are generational. Once you leave and you come back, everybody's a stranger. They grow so fast. Rhonda we had a discussion one day and we were talking about how you and I were the old timers. Well, yeah, abandon me. I guess I'm the old timer. I'm the only one left now. So I'm really proud of you. I watched you go through a lot of different roles. I watched you as chairman and I watched you from a distance do so many good things for the tribe. You've earned it. I'm very proud of you, and you put together a really good team. You have some of the best advisors, best attorneys, and the tribe deserves that. And you did a good job of formulating a team that really brought us forward. In my travels, Salish and Kootenai tribe, the Flathead Nation, they used to talk about us. I worked in 4 different regions and about 8 different agencies. And they always honored the Flathead Nation. We are the leaders. They told us that. You are the leaders in Indian country. And because of your work and the rest of the work and the leadership that we've put together over the years, it's because of you folks and the support of the community and the voters and the people nationwide. We're back on top again. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jim. Rhonda, we would love to honor you with an honor song from Yamasu now. Lemlem Yamatsut. And thank you again, Rhonda, to you. Your years of service can't be overstated. So thank you so much. As always, this is a quarterly meeting, so we want to hear from our membership, but we also want to do our council updates. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to have the elders speak first, and then we'll do some council updates. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll have the general membership be able to speak to us. So with that, we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break. Lunch. We'll try to get going again here in a few minutes, so people want to get seated. Council representatives, come back. Bring this meeting to order again. On our agenda for now is hearing from our elders. So I know we have Stephen signed up. So Stephen, you want to come forward and
Lum speciaal. Luis is poos het was. Tupen in kweli. Is een kweli. Amashetu keskusha ketutel. Kesen kweli. Wat zij uches lampi het was Luis poos. Potuches Luis zo het loutend leed. At gaan zo in Shushuet. Zoet goeie. Zoet zijn staartjes ook. Hoe goed zitten dan. Zoet wat zo dat is misdaan. Dat zijn. Zij is ooit zoet stel mee. Goed zo is. Weekend zoet is zo. Squeltje. Es misdaan ook dat ik stel mee. Is ooit was zo. Hoe doet goeie het open. Jamel komaches wat schade puti luputi patelection ook het I out o leed o het is waar is wat schade zijn popo sentje wat zij zijn popo sentje zo goed schade. I was just talking about myself. I try to put all the stuff. This is a new year. And I sang that song. I used to go to Quaker Souls for New Year's. We used to take our guns out. We used to shoot them out. Stemate, we used to say, who gets outside? We were going to go outside and we were going to shoot. That's gone. In wintertime in February, we used to go, and my dad and all those people used to be the Blue Jay people. My dad and Quinta Tuipe, they go in a trance. I talk about it. I talk about those little kids at Kusum. I talk about it and I say, or even the teachers. And we used to go to church on Easter. That church used to be just packed with Indian people. See all their hats on that side. dressed up just nice, just the Indian people were so proud of themselves, That's gone. Good Fridays, they used to walk around, make fires outside. We used to possession, go all the way around. That's gone. So many things are gone. We changed. We go with the flow. I have to go with the flow. I was raised with the elders to talk CSKT. My grandfather used to say, we are Ponderay, Kati's best CSKT. The Frenchmen were here before the priests were here. And I was just telling Tony, I said, we should have all this on tape, the centennial. I remember the centennial. I was about 12 years old when the centennial down a mission. I could hear the drums over there. The Blackfeet were singing. They even come to our centennial. There's so many things Pete Beaverhead used to say. Alexander Beaverhead, my grandfather. When you get old, you're going to find out all you got is stories. That's all you got is stories. Because you can't go up in those mountains and go hunting anymore. I don't have a four-wheel drive. I could drive up there, and cable and kill the elk right beside the road or below. Drag it up by myself. I tell these stories, because it's forgotten. It's forgotten. Ingersoll as woodcocks, Derglows, we used to go across the river. Put our camps up there for a month, go hunting. Learn how to safety, how to gut a deer. The women stay at camps. We were together. We're togetherness. Just like right here, we're togetherness. That story is forgotten, I don't know if it's forgotten, but I still know. I still teach that at Nkosum with my teachers, with anybody that listened to me. Those stories are so valuable, It's a new year. We should bring that back and tape it. And some of these days you'll be going through the, hey, remember Stephen Small Sam said this? Remember when they had the Blue Jay people? I was about 8 years old. Blind Mo's, John Peter Paul's, we had the Blue Jays dances. The medicine people. The snow, it used to be cold. It used to be so cold that we didn't go anywhere. We had the wood there, potato sellers there, we had the deer, we had everything there. Now we just go downtown and buy a pizza, right? Yeah, we like pizza. Today, I just brought this up, because it's a new year. We should bring that back from the elders, because maybe tomorrow I won't be here, Maybe some of you elders won't be here. Get the stories from them. They're really something, To me, they're something, But I just wanted to bring that up today. what I feel, you know, like I said, I had gallbladder. I was in the hospital for 11 days. I didn't want to see anybody. Almost killed me, you know, and I do a lot of thinking when I was in there. The language, the way we used to be. Are we going to have that anymore? We can go back, I guess. Some people just say, oh, you're just old, Steve. These are the 20s, you know. But we got to think, you know. You know, I hate to pick on anybody, you know. But the thing is, you know, I think about myself and my people, my elders especially, you know. My elders need help. We shouldn't have to sign all these papers, you know. You should just give it to us what we need, you know, and say, gee, just go over there and say, hey, I'm on pills the rest of my life, you know. I know. So anyway, today, see some councilmen. I hate to see Tom, I hate to say it, make the council because he worked with me, you know. I mean, he helped me. He did a lot of good for kids, you know, for everybody. We used to go boating, laugh around, took the little kids, you know, go swimming. But I'm glad he's sitting up there, you know, he's help us out, you know. I mean, all the councilmen. They come and plow out my snow. I'm an elder. I shouldn't have to sign to come and help me with my plowing my road or anybody else, anybody that's an elder, you know. I was watching TV this morning and it said, how old do you have to be to shovel snow? 45, you can't shovel snow anymore. That's what the news said, you know. You know? So anyway, to me, I'm just happy we got a full house here. We even had more. Glad to see some of my friends and I don't, you know, when I and Pat was sitting over there all the time, we'd say, who should we pick on today, you know? Who should we pick on one of the councilmen, you know? Yeah, it's always good to put your words out, you know, especially elders, just anybody. If you need help, come in here and ask the council, you know. Maybe they'll help you, you know. You councilmen, listen to the people, you know, listen to them. The homeless, the food that we got. You know, I finally got my bridge fixed. It was good for Carol's nephew or something. He come up and said, oh, your bridge, you need to be fixed. So she told Carol, and pretty soon they come up and fixed my bridge. Yeah. Then the other councilman, I asked him, you know, I said, I need this. Boy, they're right there, you know. I wish they were all like that. All you councilmen, you know. Call them up. I'm just a call away, you know. Help me with whatever I need, you know. And I'm happy to be here. Our life is really expensive, you know, it's really something I found out, you know. So today I'm just happy we're all here. And happy for your new council persons. The other one was here before. And I hope I'm here another 2 years anyway, teaching. I've been there for 19 years at Nkusum, teaching language. Skadi keksu wewochi. Keks lumenuehui. Keks kwat skadi. Kien kutsin ke NS. Skadi keksu wewochi. Ke yot. Su skadi kun question. Kwache seke chenkes hui. Ke uchtuehui. Is chuupen. Kun konmint. Chuupen sukesia. I told the councilman to help us out. Look at us, you know. Our language is strong. My uncle, the elders told me some of these days, we ain't going to have no more language, Indian language. Bet we are bringing it up, you know. We're bringing it up. We got to do it. We need another school, another in Kusum in Ronan, Montana. That is right, you know. There's a lot of people want to learn how to talk Skadi. So I was supposed to be in Polson at 10 o'clock. Is it 10 o'clock yet? I was supposed to be there to sign papers, you know, and come back. I heard you guys were going to serve meal today. What are we having? Huh? Stew and fried veg. Boy, that's you like stew? Be honest. You still thinking? Okay, I'm going to let go. So anyway, I'll be back here. I'm going to the bank and come back. And I thank you. And I thank all the councilmen, you people for showing up. Don't be scared. They're human. Go tell them what you need. All they could say is no.
Them live, Stephen. And you know, Stephen, I still have my boat, so it hasn't gone anywhere. I guess I would ask at this time if there's any other elders who would like to speak.
Who wants to claim to be an elder out there?
We'll have lots of time after lunch, so for all of us to speak. Right now, I think we'll move into each individual council representative's updates. And I'll just flip flop back and forth. I'll ask Carol if she would go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. I would like to, first of all, start out by thanking the Creator membership and my colleagues, and of course, the drum always brings a nice start to a morning. In these past few months, it's been humbling. It's been a humbling experience, and I can't thank you all enough for getting out and voting and making your voices heard. I also want to start by thanking former Madam Chair Shelley Fayant and Councilwoman Gillen for their contributions and their service to CSKT. We've got a lot of work ahead of us as a tribe, and, you know, initially I wanted that seat up there. I wanted to be chairwoman. And, you know, when you don't have the support of your colleagues, but you know that you have a lot of work to do, you select the best person for the job. And I thought, to me, you know, this isn't about Carol Langford, it's about the membership, and it's about getting our boots on the ground and getting out with the people and getting to know them. I mean, as you know, you think that we can all sit back here in these little cubicles all every day of the week, but no, it's about really getting out and knowing who we serve and what their needs are. And until we can do that as a council, you know, we really don't know. So I want to thank Tom for stepping up and taking on the position and be willing to take on the position, because it's a difficult one, especially for a new member. But he has three others in the leadership that will help guide him, along with the rest of us that will be there to help you along, and also pick up some of the slack. You're not, you know, you don't have to do everything. That's what there's 10 of us for. So I hope we all jump in and do the job, because I know, Anita, you know, you carried a lot when you're vice chair, and it's a lot of work, but it's not up to just one person or two people. This is not a lone ranger. It's about us as a tribal council making sure the job gets done. So I commit to that. And I also committed to the council today that I wouldn't cry and I wouldn't walk out of the room. You know, I've done that a few times in the last couple of months, but under the pressure that, you know, I was under, it's gonna happen. But, you know, I'm strong, and what I've heard in this last election, most of all, is don't change who you are. You help the people, you work for the people, and continue to fight for them. And that's what I'll continue to do every day of the week. You know, I am so grateful for this reorganization. And I know some people don't exactly understand it or agree with it. And most of the time it's because they don't understand it. But with this new executive staff, we as council members have people to go to that make sure the job gets done underneath them. And sometimes I get worried about having one lone person at the top, you know, kind of leading it all. But that's all of us watching this position and making sure it's meeting the needs. And if it doesn't, we need to change it. But I see right now the way the organization is set up, I feel good about it, because I see things, it's going to take a while to get things done, but I see things getting done. And when you bring up an issue, they address it, and they also acknowledge it in writing. So it's somewhere in writing where we can always refer back to it. So that's my little spiel. I'm going to continue to work hard for the membership and listen to them, and not forget who I work for, as Lynn Teeth always says, is that I work for you, and I will continue to do that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Carol. Absolutely. One thing I would also mention for Carol is that in this election, and this is one thing that I loved about and still do about our tribes and our governing councils, is that returning council representatives. When you have outstanding support and people vote you in time and time again, that continuity is extremely valuable. And Carol, I can't say enough about that. And you're about ready to set some records, I believe. So I hope you well in this council session the next 4 years for us. And thank you for your support. Anita, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your words, Carol. I want to congratulate the new council and the officers. I wish you the best of luck in the next 2 years. I want to say thank you to Stephen for the prayer, and of course the drum group. I also wanted to start by acknowledging our losses of the membership in the community since our last quarterly, and God, we've lost a lot of people. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. So I want to tell each of the families how truly sorry I am for their loss of their loved ones. We've participated in the revision of the tribal land ordinance, and it's almost ready for the public, which I'm really eager to see and get it out to the communities. Most of the committees that we serve on are all now virtual. I continue to participate with the homeless committee and budget and enrollment like every other council member. So also I participated in December, which this is the second year that I have. Nobody's traveled much. We participate mainly virtually, but I participate in the Intertribal Agriculture Council, and we had our membership meeting the 5th of December through the 9th. And like I said, I chaired the Rocky Mountain IAC regional meeting, and it has 9 of the tribes in Montana and Wyoming, and mainly to gain the issues for our resolutions that we asked the IAC to assist us with. USDA is gearing up for the new farm bill. The Farm Bill Coalition is engaging with the Intertribal Ag to work with its organization from Washington, DC. The coalition meetings will begin this year and engage of any changes that we wish to be in the farm bill. The last time IAC had over 63 out of the 12 titles, there was 63 new revisions that specifically mentioned Indian. So that's really important in Indian country. Our Dixon building is up and operational. We have not dedicated it. Martin and I have been talking about this, and I also talked with the residents about figuring out some names that we'd like to see, or they'd like to see. We've had a couple meetings down near the 24th and then again the 29th. The residents are concerned about moving the entrance of the bison range. I guess that out of sight, out of mind, you know, that's less traffic. So that and economic development opportunities, and they were interested in when their road projects were going to start, and it was supposed to have been in 2021. I'm assured that they'll be starting this year and be completed. And last meeting we had about 10 attendees, and I'd like to also thank Martin. He always jumps right in there and helps us so that we can do virtual and get presenters in down there when not everybody can travel. Also very pleased that we got the Never Alone recovery that is meeting down at the building now. We've got, from what Carol said, there's almost one in every community now, so that opportunity's out there, and it's great, and there's people participating. So DHRD does have programs that we're going to start some community activities with even sewing, beading, language. So we're very excited to get that up and going. Again, I'd like to thank the membership for being here today and their patience and their support. The staff for their continued work and dedication. Madam Chair for her past leadership, and also with Charmel Gillen and their contribution to the council for the last couple of years. All of my colleagues and their dedication, and the continued collaboration that we've all felt up here to keep our membership and family safe with programs and services. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's my report, and I thank you.
Thank you, Anita. I would also like to thank you for your service as a vice chair, and during this meeting, facilitating the meetings here was excellent job. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the last few months, last quarter, been busy as ever. We had quite a big issue to deal with since August, and then also the election. And so I've been doing that. It's been it's a very rough time for us. And I know that, you know, there were some ugly things that happened, and, you know, it's a new year and we're moving on. And that's all I'll say about that part. As always, with COVID continuing to go, I think it's really important to thank our people that help us. Our tribal health, our public health, all of our emergency responders, law and order, you know, the people behind the scenes, our maintenance people that keep our buildings safe and sanitary, and our custodians, and, you know, the ones that keep our walks clean and help us from not slip as much. And, you know, the people that go unnoticed. You know, we're up here and we get a lot of the attention and, you know, a lot of the blame as well, but, you know, there's a ton of people out within the organization that have come to work throughout this pandemic, who have been working behind the scenes to, you know, get people paid. To, you know, I think the people that did the elders payment last week, you know, it's always good to give something to the elders, and we were able to bump that up a little bit this year. But behind the scenes, all the staff that answer the calls and have to talk to the people that maybe didn't get a check or whatever, and they are, you know, they're not always in a good position. And so I want to make sure we don't forget them. You know, the people out there on the roads keeping us safe, you know, plowing, and you know, the people that help our elders, our woodcutters. You know, there's just endless amount of people that to thank, and I don't think it's always, you know, we can't forget those people. The last kind of quarter, I continued with the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. I'm a ex officio member. That is getting the southern route of the rail system that used to go through Missoula. They're trying to resurrect that. It goes, I think, from Missoula to west to Sandpoint, Idaho, connects in, and also going to, I think, to Billings. And that's actually something really exciting because it would come through the corner of our reservation through a valley going west. And that's something that could definitely help with transportation issues, especially during this time. I always think about how fun it would be to ride a train, you know, even go back east at some point and kind of redo what our leaders used to do. You know, they actually used to ride the train to DC from Ravalli and have very important meetings with them. It's a side note, but just interesting. The aquatic invasive species, that's kind of been one of the things I've done. Several of those that they are doing an excellent job. All of our water protectors down in Ravalli, our boat check stations have caught a lot of invasive species that other stations haven't caught on the east side of the state. And so it just speaks to our diligence and the people that are down there. And I want to make sure that we thank them and all the people that protect our waters. I have some stickers if you guys want them. I always try to do that. They're out front. But with that, you know, I just want to also make sure that, you know, we remember what's going on this time of year. We have a lot of people who are doing our cultural activities, you know, myself included. You know, I always want to pray for them, pray for the safe travels. You know, it's a good way to start a new year, and it's something that, you know, we need more of. And I think that this council is, you know, we're right there, but I think that we can always do more. We can always do more to support, you know, the people that do these. A lot of them do them, you know, the family ones out of their own pockets. And, you know, at times that's hard, and they shouldn't have to ask. And so, you know, making sure that we support our people that are doing these type of things, and, you know, granting them leave and not questioning, you know, what they have to do. If they tell you they have to do something cultural, then I think it's important to maybe just respect what they're saying I know there have been incidents where people don't, maybe abuse that, but it's hard to ask for those type of things. And so we gotta make sure that, as leaders, we gotta take care of our people, and those things are as important or more important than anything we do here, because without our culture, we wouldn't exist. So I want to thank our drummers who are all left, especially Stephen, who's not here anymore. I'll make sure I thank him. I'll get him a donut. He's asking where the donuts were at, Jim. So appreciate you guys all being here. It's definitely strange seeing this many people again, but I think, if we continue to mask up, social distance, wash our hands, get vaccinated, that's important. And the other thing that, I've been talking a lot about is mental health. My COVID updates have morphed into something different, because I feel like it's white noise at times with those three things I just said about masking and social distancing. And people just, people don't, I don't know. I'll leave it at that. But our mental health has suffered these last few years, myself included. And finding that center is really important. And that's the other thing of this time of year. Finding a new start is always good. And we got to make sure that we, look out for one another, be kind, and help people. You can always go out and shovel an elder's driveway or their walk, or do something, and help out our people that are less fortunate than us. It's always a good thing to do, and that's always good for your mental health. And seek out those people that have lost people in this last, whatever, and check on them. And myself included, I don't do enough of that with some of my friends that have lost loved ones. But we need to really stop making mental health kind of a taboo subject. We all suffer from it at times, and if you think you don't, you may be lying to yourself, because there's always ups and downs in our lives, and let's keep going forward. We'll do our best to protect people from this. Going forward, our council is committed to doing better than the day before. So with that, Mr. Chair, I thank you, thank the membership and the rest of the council, and congratulate the other officers as well. Thank you.
Martin. I was joking with Martin before. He made me learn a new thing, because he stepped up during this human pandemic, this disaster that we faced, and took it on as one of his issues, and provided a lot of assistance. And then he also made it possible to do virtual meetings and to be able to support that and step up as a council rep to do that. So I really wanted to thank Martin for that. Those two things can't be said enough. I know that he put aside a lot of his other initiatives that he was thinking about doing during his first 2 years, and because of COVID and the demands of this human issue that we have before us and still do, he set some of that aside. And so I really look forward to Martin's ideas and working with him in the future. And as one of the officers in his support, it's going to be great. So thank you, Martin. Mike.
Thank you, Chairman McDonald. That's good to hear. And thank you, rest of the council, the council members that I've served with. It's been a pleasure and continues to be a pleasure, demanding at times, but definitely a pleasure to serve with you. And congratulations to the new members. And thank you to Chairwoman Viant and Representative Gillen and Representative Matt and Representative Steele Jr. for being able to work with them as well. And my report won't be very long. I do want to thank all of the folks that are in the audience today. It's so good to see an audience at these meetings. It's been 2 years that I've served on council, and it's all been affected by COVID. All been affected by COVID. These gatherings have not been easy to have. I am looking forward to when the senior centers open again, and then I can get back to district meetings as usual. And we haven't been able to do that in a regular way in some time. It'll be good. At the same time, we have a new variant that's threatening. I hear it's in Lake County now. And so I want to ask everybody to be safe and reiterate the message that Martin has given us to be safe. And in conjunction with that, I sit on several boards and committees that look at education, and I really want to highlight how the education of our children has been disrupted by COVID, and to the point where mental health has become a priority even over academics at our educational institutions. And so definitely take care of your kids and the students that are out there. Totally an important thing. And then I do want to thank all those folks that put together this year's election, the election committee, Rick Enius, Greg Spar, Donna Derglo, Jennifer Trahan, all those folks that were involved with putting this. It's actually a historic election. We have now sitting a representative from an at-large district. It's the first time we've had somebody elected to an at-large district. And I thank the voters for getting out and participating. It's my understanding that our polls had a 6% increase over most of the elections we've had in the past. And so definitely make your voice meaningful and heard. And with that, I'll end my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mike. And one of the things about Mike that maybe some of you do know, but he's a professor and a professor of history and government. And I served on the Constitutional Review Committee with him years and years and years and years ago. But that's when I realized what an asset that Mike could be. And so I really plan on utilizing and make Mike do more for us than maybe he's willing to do. But I'm hoping to encourage Mike in different ways and utilize his knowledge base. So thank you, Mike. Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. I want to first welcome everybody to the quarterly meeting. It's been a while since we had any people here for this meeting, and it's good to see a lot of people that came earlier this morning to see what the inauguration of our new members, of the council here, and it's just good to see everybody back. I was gone about 10 weeks this last quarter from council. I did a lot of virtual meetings from home, just dealing with COVID, pneumonia, and shortness of breath. So I wasn't able to come in. So most of my meetings were home. And I want to thank Blue over there for lending me his oxygen machine that was really needed, and I'll tell you, I didn't know like I could get that sick, but it was something I wouldn't want to go through again. But like Mike was talking about the election, it's when you get 1,000 votes, that's a lot to say for individuals. We got 2 of them here that had 1,000 votes. And it's great to see that people are taking interest again in this election. And before when you had 600, 700, 800 votes, that didn't say too much for us, and about people not really getting involved with the election. But this last one, like Mike said, more of a percentage that showed up. It was great. We were here till 6 o'clock counting votes that night, and whatnot, but it was well organized by Mr. Ines and Jennifer over here and Mr. Spar and others. And it didn't, once we got it rolling, it just happened, got everything it was over and done, and we didn't have to worry about it anymore. But, with what Jimmy and Molitaire and Jen Finley over there, and got one other, where'd he go? Tom, our chairman. I was too used to working with him from NRD because him and I are both on the IBM committee, Bison committee out there, and the management committee, but I'm not used to seeing him sitting up here as a trial chairman anymore, but I'll have to get used to that. But anyway, I want to congratulate all three of them. Like I say, this was quite an election, and they did real well. And Jimmy, like I say, he was here before, and good to see an old timer back. And Carol, Len, myself, I guess we're pretty much the old timers. But anyway, it's good to see what happened in that election. I wanted to thank the drum group like everybody else did before they left. I got to shake a couple of people's hands, and it's good to hear, them here again. And hopefully we'll be able to hear more of them down the road here in the spring, at the powwow, wherever else. But hopefully that, it's really sounding good just to listen to them people drum like they do. Stephen, he's kind of a landmark or mainstay here, I guess, and being here all the time when he's called upon, and it's great to have him here, with the prayers that he says in our language. And we don't have many people to do that anymore, and with the losses that we've been having with our elders. I had one person tell me this morning, we got a new breed of elders coming. We don't have the old timers no more like we had before, like we used to have, and it's sad to see that. You sit back and remember the people that used to be here. We lost Janie Obonte here, one of our older elders, and it's something that really hits you, and that you don't want to think about, that they're going to be all gone pretty soon. We don't have all that many people left that's an elder or an old elder. And talking about it this morning, and what's another fellow, they're not here anymore, and it's like I say, we're having a new breed of elders coming in, here, and a lot of them don't have the language, including myself. But, it's good to have those that are trying to step up and being with that group, and learn our culture, language and stuff. It's just, it's hard to deal with the losses that we've had over the last couple of years. We've lost a lot of members. We had over 8,000. Now I think we're right at 8,000 members, if not lower. So we've lost quite a few people, and they're dealing with this COVID. Like they said, I thank Martin for keeping us updated, with all the COVID issues that are going around. He reports to us every meeting on COVID, and he probably knows more about COVID than the state does, I think, but he does a heck of a job keeping us informed about it. And the number of cases, new cases that come along, and not only here on the reservation, but statewide. But you know, with this new virus that's coming along, it's going to be something to watch, because wherever you see, we get close to 500,000 or more people, cases a day now, you know, and it's getting to be something that's not good for this country. Like I said, wasn't able to do too much on account of the deal I went through. But we finally, Mike and I was involved with forestry, and we finally got the timber use policy completed and approved by the council. So that's done, and we want to thank Tony and Rick over all their hard work on this, and along with the other members of the group that was there, small loggers and woodcutters and whatnot. I want to thank them because they had a lot of involvement in it and managed to get it where we wanted it and where they wanted it, I should say, and get it completed. But you know, if you don't know what it's all about, you want to get it and look at it, because some things has been changed, like the number of board feet you're able to get, and so that's something that a lot of people don't really realize, that they could get that much footage for lumber anymore that they could use. What else I got here? District meetings in RLE been held. Shelley been having had most of them while I was down, but we had a lot of meetings that dealt with the irrigation projects that's going on up in our Jocko area up there, and down in the valley down there. They're going to line those canals up there in the valley, and everybody's kind of concerned about the wells going dry up there, you know, after they line those canals. But you know, it's a lot of work. We had one young gentleman up there the other night talking to us, and he is really knowledgeable about what that project is all about, from Falls Creek all the way down to the Jocko, you know, to the Jocko River and whatnot. That's going to take place up there. But there's a lot of work going on, and you know, and if we can make these meetings where they're going to report, you guys should be there and listen to what they have to say, because it's really interesting, I'll tell you. What else? I guess that's probably about all I have. But again, I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank Shelley, Charmel, James, and Freddie for stepping up and being part of the council, you know, with us. And you know, it's tough to see anybody go. It really is. You know, it's really tough to see anybody go, and that's been serving on the council for a while. Leadership was great. I mean, real good, you know, and I want to thank them both, you know, Shelley and Charmel, for doing the job that they did, you know, the 2 years that I served with them. So other than that, I guess that's about all I have to say. And I want to thank everybody for coming again, like I stated earlier. So thank you.
Thank you, Bing. I personally want to show my gratitude to you, Bing, for staying, you know, healthy and making it through your illnesses and being able to be that strong and being here with us. Also, your work with us in my previous job yesterday, Fish and Wildlife in Buffalo and elk, it's been outstanding. So I look forward to working with you and all those things and many that you mentioned. So thank you, Bing. Jennifer.
I actually prepared some words. All right. Thank you to everyone who voted for me. By voting for me, you hired me as your employee to serve you, to help you, to work for you. Last night, my cousin and my friend, Mary Ann Teast, called me. I told her that I was nervous, and she told me not to be nervous. She told me that I belong here. Her words of encouragement instantly made me feel better. Everyone who voted for me is my new boss, but I'll still help the people who didn't vote for me too. Being on tribal council is a huge honor and it's a huge responsibility. All of you are depending on me to do my best work, not just for you, but for people who haven't been born yet. I understand the seriousness of the work that we all are going to do. Once our people relied on each other's songs, each other's dreams, and each other's medicine to survive brutal coldness, long nights, and unrelenting enemies. In dark times and in hopeless times, we gave each other words of encouragement and we lent our strength to each other. Thank you, Mary, for your good words last night. And thank you to my entire family, the Squeakwee Finleys from Marlee and my Lemire family from Rocky Boy and all my family on the reservation. And to all the people who encouraged me and who helped me, I'll never forget that, and thank you. When we help each other, we encourage each other. We are capable, when we help each other and encourage each other, we are capable of achieving great things that none of us can do alone. We need each other. We're a small tribe, and there aren't very many of us left in the world. We come from beautiful, strong people who survived the darkest times by standing together. Standing together is the only way we survived, and it's the only way forward. Historical trauma, invasion, and occupation are not the things that define who we are. We are defined by our good hearts, our humor, our intelligence, and our strength. We have to use all of our strengths for the good of each other, for the good of our tribe, because we will not continue to exist if we don't work together. Mary told me that I belong here, and I'm going to tell all of you the same thing. All of you belong here. We belong here. May we be fierce. May we be kind. May we work together for each other. May we work together for this land, and may we work together for people who haven't been born yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. One of the things that Jennifer and I talked about many times is education for our youth. And so when I look down here on this side and I look at two professors, Jennifer's one, too, and Mike, and educators, teachers, I look forward for a lot of great things for our youth, how we can enhance educational opportunities, we can elevate ourselves and elevate the opportunities for employment through education and the improvement of education, how we can serve our people better in that regard. So I look forward to that with you, especially Jennifer. So thank you. Ellie.
Thank you, Chairman McDonald and council peers. What a great turnout today. Thank you all for being here. I see Stephen has returned, so I would like to thank you for the prayer this morning and for your words. I would like to begin by congratulating the incoming council members. Tom, Jimmy, and Jennifer, welcome. Len and Carol, it's nice to have both of you back. I would also like to congratulate the new officers. I look forward to working with all of you over the next 2 years. It is my hope that we will commit to working through any adversities, realizing that disagreements are healthy. It is also my hope that we keep the focus on moving forward with the work that we have been tasked to do, and that we continue to learn how to work together and communicate in respectful and professional ways. I hope we commit to supporting one another through the difficult times, and that we can cheer each other on during the good times. We are a diverse group tasked with a monumental responsibility, and those we serve deserve our best foot forward always. Council has identified some very significant priorities that will take a lot of work and dedication to see through. The staff who have been called in to help us accomplish those goals have done so in great ways. I hope they all know how much they are appreciated. You will be hearing more about those priorities later this morning. This last quarter, I continued to provide presentations on missing and murdered Indigenous persons and CSKT's Tribal Community Response Plan established to address that issue. I also continue to serve as the presiding officer of Montana's Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force. Additionally, I have committed to learning more about human trafficking in Montana. I attended Attorney General Knudsen's Human Trafficking Symposium, as well as several other county task force meetings. I mention that as this month has been declared as the National Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Additionally, this last Tuesday, Governor Gianforte and Attorney General Knudsen signed a proclamation declaring this month as Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. In 2015, the Montana DOJ tracked 7 human trafficking cases compared to 41 in 2021, a very significant increase. I would also like to mention that National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is this Sunday, January 9th. I would like to publicly acknowledge our Flathead Tribal Police, including the detention staff, the dispatchers, and the officers. Their work is demanding and often unappreciated. Thank you for all of your service and commitment to do the job for our communities. Officer Haynes is probably going to shank me for this later, but he's in the back of the room today. So if you have an opportunity to thank him as one of our officers, please take advantage of that. I was honored to be able to attend some pretty significant events this quarter, including the grand opening of MSU's American Indian Hall, which is now available to serve over 800 Native students, many of which come from here. The Rocky Boy Bison return, which included the reintroduction of 11 animals, 5 of which were supplied by CSKT, and the groundbreaking event for the future Ronan Tribal Health Clinic, which will provide comprehensive healthcare services for our people. All were great days that made me feel amazingly optimistic. These next few years, I will continue to work on the MMIP and human trafficking front, as mentioned earlier. I am also hoping to implement some youth engagement projects, perhaps a leadership camp or a youth council. More to come on those as those plans develop. Before I close, I would like to acknowledge those families who have lost loved ones over the last few months. So many wonderful people. Loss is so very hard. Please be there for one another. I pray for all of you who are struggling to find strength and peace in the memories of them. With that, I will end my report by saying thank you for the opportunity to serve you. Happy New Year. May 2022 bring you health, good health, and happiness. Lamb lunch, Pesia.
Thank you, Ellie. The work Ellie's done on MMIP can't be overstated, and it's such a critical issue. And so you've made it, your efforts have helped make it a national and brought it forward. And so Ellie, it's great. And I appreciate you stepping up and being here sitting beside me. So thank you, Ellie. Jimmy.
Well, I just want to start off by saying thank you for all the support that I had in this election this year. I really don't know how to thank everybody. There's, like Tom said, or somebody said here mentioned that there was a lot of votes out this year, and I think it's great that people are starting to speak up and decide which way they want it or don't want this to go. I just appreciate the fact that people are getting up and going out there and letting their voices be heard. I thank you for that. I also want to, say things about these people that come in that are willing to do this job. Tom, Jennifer, the current council that's here now. I put 8 years in here a while back, and it's a real tough job. had the opportunity to work with some of the council now. Carol was there. A lot of help to me, and a lot of the council that's here now, I'm going to look forward to working with them because I know I'm going to be asking them for help to do this job. What I'd like to see in it is council get some unity back, get back into a circle and let's work together. Working together and supporting each other, we can get a lot done. That's what needs to have, it's been kind of stale here lately, and we need to get to working together, get things going. I hear what Stephen said out there about elders with their issues about signing everything and doing this. I'd like to see that made easier because it's hard for some people to do all the paperwork and you know, one of the things that an elder told me during this campaign was that she had applied for services. Been a while, never got any. Tried to get the service again, and they told her her application expired. Now, if we're doing what we should be doing up here, and this is the way I think, that application should never have the time to expire. That service should be taken care of. There's a bunch of people that I've talked to that need some service. A lady having to be helped down a staircase at her trailer house because she has no ramp and she's in a wheelchair. She can't hardly walk. Those kind of things, I don't know how to fix that. I want to see if there's any way that we can fund those older services to get those things done. We can't have people that out there with two young ladies helping them down the stairs to get into a car to go to their doctor appointments. And those restrictions on a driver taking them people don't allow you to help them. You know, I just think there's got to be a better way to serve these people, take care of them, help them get what their needs are, get them done. People like that need a wheelchair ramp. I mean, you can't be two young ladies packing them downstairs in the wintertime. Those are the kind of issues I see that I'd like to fix. I'd like to really work hard on those. All the things that are facing our tribe, we need to start working on them hard. I mean, I understand the COVID issue, but there's a lot of people that had to work through that. I just think if you're careful in doing your part in your job, you can keep away from the COVID thing. It's going to be with us the rest of our lives. We just have to learn to deal with it. I want to thank, there's a couple of people in here that I really want to thank. My son-in-law, Alan Pierre, and my friend Jean Sorrell for coming in here yesterday and doing some smudging and some heavy prayers in here. Really appreciated that. That's what we need in here. We need to do that maybe annually, just to keep it cleaned out. All the rest of you people, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming and listening to what's going on up here. And what I want to put in this 4 years of working really hard for these people out here. The people need work out here. If we can get these people to support each other up here, work together, we get some of that done. I thank you all for everything. So much.
Jimmy. One footnote that I'd like to mention to everybody, and Mike brought it up as far as one historical thing with this election was that's why I certainly want to thank the previous council for creating the at-large position and reflecting changes in our population. But also one of the unique things about this election was Jimmy had a write-in campaign. And so I believe that's the first time that a write-in campaign candidate won the general election. So that's amazing, Jimmy. That's extra special. So, and thank you as a former councilman to come back and sign up and do it again. So I really look forward to working with you, Jimmy. You too. Thank you. Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, distinguished membership. I'm truly humbled by being able to represent you once again for another term. Seeing the election numbers made me realize that I'm doing my job. And I will continue to do my job. And I will also acknowledge that I know who I work for. And every quarterly, I always bring this up and to let you guys know that I never lose focus of that. So by being able to be entrusted into the vice chair position, I want to thank my colleagues for that also. Because yes, we do have a lot of work in front of us, and I'm humbled, and I'm truly humbled to be here. I also want to thank the outgoing council people that served their time here. Shelley Fine, Sharmel Gillen, James Steele Jr., and Freddie Matt. They all were a part of this team as we moved forward when we passed our water compact, when we took over the bison range, when we took over the dam. I appreciate the work that they've done. They bring a lot to the table. And I also would like to just briefly mention James Steele Jr. He was only with us this last month, but he brought so much to the table and reminded us why we're really up here, especially when we're dealing with other government entities, the state of Montana, the federal government. And I always appreciated his words of wisdom before he left. And I wanted to thank them. I thank them all for their service to our great nation here. I too also would like to thank some of our veterans in the audience. We have Bernie Azure. Bernie is one of our remaining Vietnam veterans that is still with us. Bernie, thank you for your service. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your continued work with the Charcusta News. You've always done great work. And also Gene Sorrell, who's always been part of our honor guard. He's always stepped up when we needed him, and I thank you for that. And all of the other veterans out there that I missed, I want to thank you for your service also. Mr. Chairman and member of the council, I also want to acknowledge a group of kids that I invited here today. They're from our Second Circle Lodge. I had the distinct opportunity to meet these kids in the last 2 months. And as I met with them and engaged with them, I realized these are some very talented individuals. Not only have they have talent, but they have innovative ideas. And so I just wanted to just quickly acknowledge them real fast, because I want them to know that they are a part of this. You guys are a part of this. We work for you also. And I just wanted to acknowledge that to you all, because you guys, I'm very, very humbled by being able to spend the little time that I did with you and meet each of you as individuals. So thank you. I want to thank the staff for taking the time to bring those kids here today. I really appreciate that. And once again, I thank all of the members for being here today. And as always, I want to challenge each and every one of you to engage us. Engage us. Take that time to come in here on Tuesdays and Thursdays and sit out there and question us why we are making these decisions that we have. And if we are doing something wrong, we need to know. We need to know. Otherwise, that's the only way we're going to learn. And many of you that are out there in the audience, you have a lot to bring to us to help us be a more successful government. So with that said, I once again want to thank you and thank the council for this position. And I'm very humbled. Thank you.
I'm Limp Len. I'm very proud to have Len sitting here as the vice chair. Having his expertise and his knowledge is going to make my job easier, as is with the other officers in this governing body. One thing about Len that don't share too much, you know, it was many moons ago, and I was coming back from the Arlie powwow one evening before it got dark. It's coming up Valley Hill, and a Kalispell kid was racing in his stunt Honda coming down, racing with someone else, and hit me head on car wreck, and totaled my car. His passenger was life flighted out, but my right leg got crushed in the accident, and I'm there in pretty much pretty bad shape, I guess. But one of the things about having our small community and knowing people that I'd worked for, one of the first persons upon me on that wreck that day was Len, and Len offering his assistance to me. And so it's always been a very powerful thing for me to know that, you know, there's people out there that care for me and are willing to help me in a situation like that. So I've never publicly thanked Len for that. And I do now, Len. Thank you so much for that. As far as my update, I left the job yesterday as the Fish and Wildlife Division Manager that I've occupied for decades, I guess. I was replaced by Whisper Campbell Means, who is very, very sharp, and I know that division and that part of the Natural Resource Department is left in very sound hands. She's far more talented than I ever imagined I would be. So I really look forward to that. Having Whisper there, knowing she's there for us. I really am honored by this being here and being selected by these 9 other loyal, dedicated individuals of our community. And I just will pledge to you that I will do my best that I possibly can into the future, utilizing every bit of knowledge that I have. And one of the things that I really love to do is try to become well-rounded in every topic. And so I've vetted myself into the Natural Resource Department, Fish and Wildlife issues, and became an expert in everything I could. And so now I hope to broaden that perspective as I get into the other disciplines with the tribes, how we provide that service and how we move forward. We have really unique opportunities ahead of us. We have a water compact that's all signed, dotted, and about to be completely funded. And so there's huge opportunity there for us to collaborate together as this governing body, listening to you, the constituents, and knowing all the issues of our membership, our landscape, and our Aboriginal territory, and how we can leverage that to the maximum ability for us to move forward, that we can be the leader that we are as far as the people of this area. We have that obligation. We have that obligation as protecting the headwaters of the Columbia. We sit on a very important piece of real estate that is significant to so much in our people. So I really look forward to doing that. I look forward to working with our youth. I think youth and elders are completely where we need to focus a lot of attention, but the more we can empower our youth, we can provide sound education. Of course, you know, coming from an education family, as you all know, I really think that the more we can do, the better we'll do for that. Climate change is a huge issue coming up. And so I'm going to be challenging all my colleagues here and the department on how we're going to be role models, how we're going to lead into the future for climate change. What did you do today to help climate change? Help with this issue. So it's in your face. You can see it. It's been coming. You see record this disaster here, droughts, etc. So it's really a challenge. And part of that challenge is this is the last best place. And there are a ton of people that have moved here with COVID and with climate change issues. And that migration of people to Montana and Western Montana is not going to change. It's going to continue on. And so we have an epic management issue ahead of us to keep our sense of place, keep our community whole, and manage this resource in the future. So that's going to be one of the things I really look forward to, and hopefully we can do that together and provide economic pursuits. So I'm going to end it at there. I just want to thank my colleagues and thank you for coming today, and thank you for the votes. It is a historic day for numerous reasons, and demonstrated by all of you that have come today. I really want to thank you. So I'd like to keep this more on schedule, to maybe catch up a little bit. And our next item on the agenda is an update or a presentation by the Tribal Education Department. Catch up a little bit. Our next item on the we have, is she? Oh, okay, where's she? Oh,
I'm here.
there she is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. What I'm going to share with you today is a project that is hopefully something that shows that we know who we are and that we can do better, especially in the increased numbers of Omicron. I also have, I believe Shadow is on with me, and I'll have him say a couple words while I load up the documentary that we're going to show you. It's just a little under 14 minutes. And Shadow, if you're there, go ahead and share a couple of words. Okay, while we're waiting for him, I want to thank the people that allowed us to interview them for this project. Bud Collicott, Victoria White, Lucinda Michelle, Dr. Cubby Pierre, Dana Huoncorn, and Vernon Finley. And in addition, we had Chairwoman Fyant do a voiceover. The members of the team that helped with this project are Shadow Devereaux, Coulter Olmsted, Julie Cajoon, Gwen Langford, Frank Tyro, and Dana Huoncorn. And I want to thank all the warriors at the end of the film that you'll see, and Wes Boy Artie Mendoza for his music. Shadow, are you here?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay. Would you like to say a couple of words before I start the documentary?
Sure. I'll just say thank you to council for letting us present today, and I hope everybody likes it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more playing games.
Why wouldn't you want to protect your people?
It has changed everything. We've lost too many people to think that this is just going to go away.
No one should have to bury their own kid, and I see it all the time now. And it's frustrating, and it's getting old, and we just want it to be over.
Our people have always been warriors. They shielded and protected us when danger was present. Today, we are facing an invisible threat. We have already lost too many. We need to be warriors again.
I thought we were safe. It just seemed so far away. You heard about Seattle and Washington and California, and we were in Montana, and I just didn't think it would come here as quickly as it did.
It was a trip because I remember sitting here and then watching the news. Nobody was dropping around, dying around us. Nobody personally was dying or getting sick. So I think that was part of why we got so relaxed too, because it took longer to get to Montana.
We were hearing about it, but it wasn't in Montana. And then maybe 3 or 4 days after the banquet, I developed a cough. And then by the 5th day, I could barely breathe.
I felt flu-like symptoms for about a day and a half or so, and then I started to get better. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to be one of these easy cases. And then Ms. Rona decided otherwise and came back with a vengeance. And I ended up with COVID pneumonia. And after I started to get better, when they did the x-rays, my lungs were pretty scarred.
Well, the COVID, it really messed me up, man. It got me good. Hospitalized for 6 days. My oxygen level was terrible. I got down really low. Close to, I wouldn't say I'm in the ventilator, but had I not went to the hospital when my wife wanted me to. I don't know. I'm not sure.
When I got COVID the second time, I was really lax about it because things were starting to open up again. And I had that, well, I've already had it mentality. I won't get it again. And then I got it again. The second COVID was really bad. My mom was scared I wasn't going to make it. On March 18th, I couldn't walk. My legs were so swollen. And my son was 8 at the time. He pushed me into the hospital in a wheelchair and brought me to the doctor. And then I was transferred to Missoula in end-stage renal failure. After the last bout of COVID is when the vaccinations came. And so I had to wait 90 days after I had COVID to get the vaccination.
The first strain seemed to affect the elderly more. The infection rate was a little bit lower, but the mortality rate was a lot higher. It went from this is an illness that kind of clears out the herd. It kills old people, and I'm 25, I'm gonna be fine. Delta didn't really care how old you were. It was giving it to a lot younger people, and then if they had any underlying disease they didn't know about, or even if they're 100% healthy, sometimes COVID just wins.
When you're in the hospital and you can't see your family, these guys are coming in suits, you're just isolated. It really changes your whole perspective on like, all right, maybe I should take this a little bit more for real.
97% of people that are admitted to our hospital right now are unvaccinated. And anecdotally, for me, every person that I've intubated that goes on a ventilator that's unvaccinated doesn't survive. 100% mortality rate. If you are vaccinated, the odds of getting intubated are a lot lower, and the odds of surviving if you do are infinitely higher. So the people that are protected do better. And that's the point of the vaccine. It's not, I'm not gonna get sick. It makes you less sick, and it makes you sick for a less amount of time. And so you're less likely to pass it on to somebody else that's, say, not able to get the vaccine because they're immunocompromised, things like that. One of the bigger things is the frustration within the medical community right now is we keep feeling like we have an answer, and then the answer is shut down by misinformation and people thinking they know better. And then we get this solution, which is the vaccine, which is mass, and people are saying absolutely not. I did my own research. It's hard to swallow that pill because the amount of school that I went to, and then someone listens to a podcast and they think that we're the same, that's extraordinarily frustrating. There are people that are infinitely smarter than me that studied this all for the last year and a half. They found the answers and we're saying, no, we're smarter than you. It's really frustrating.
This is a world pandemic. This isn't a isolated thing to the Florida Reservation, to the state of Montana, to the United States. It's the world. And people are in this false narrative of conspiracies, and it's not. People die. People die. I know people that have died.
My family and I actually lost my yaya, my grandma, to COVID. She contracted COVID November of 2020, and she did pass from it. And that's been one of the hardest things I think I've had to deal with. Dealing with COVID now, like I got the shot as soon as I could. Just because like I didn't want to be in those machines, and I didn't want to see anybody I loved on those machines. And
we've all lost somebody that we know and that we're close to. And until it affects them personally, they're not going to recognize the damage that they're doing.
When things hit home, like when something affects you personally, you kind of tend to take things more seriously. And that's just the way we are. Been smart enough, because I didn't have the shot. I didn't have the shot. And my wife had the shot. Like my wife got a sniffle, from me. I'm dying, she's right there, she gets a sniffle, So I think that's why people and they look at, they're like, oh, you got a 99% chance of surviving. Well, okay, it is 99%, but I got the 1%, man. I got it, so it's possible. I have no underlying conditions. I've never even smoked a cigarette in my life, like I'm as healthy as it gets, And people are like, what? Right away, people will be like, well, you got something wrong with you, man? Like, no, there ain't nothing wrong with me. I just got it, man, and it affected me different than it affects you.
I would like to see people get the vaccine than to be in the situation I'm in. I used to take care of my mom, and now my mom takes care of me. I have 3 kids who take care of me, and I'm unable to provide for them like I used to. And it's a big difference from where I am a year ago. You know, I camped, I did all kinds of things. Now I barely walk and I have trouble breathing. I'm tethered to a dialysis machine 4 hours a day, 3 days a week.
Should people get vaccinated?
100%, absolutely everybody should get vaccinated if they're able to. Now we're at the point where it feels unnecessary that we are where we are.
From a cultural perspective, my ancestors weren't stupid. When there was a tool that was presented to them that would help make a job easier or help make life easier, they took advantage of it. Every single tool that came along, they took advantage of it. I see vaccinations as an important tool, and I don't believe that my ancestors would turn away from it, from something that obviously can at least lessen the effects of the disease.
Why wouldn't you want to protect your people? And like, we already have so many outside forces coming against our tribe. I don't understand why they don't want to help, or at least not be a part of the problem.
So the biggest thing too is if you're vaccinated, just keep in mind that you can still spread the virus. You're protected, but there's a lot of people out there that can't get the vaccine because they're immunocompromised, they have allergies, and just continue to wear a mask, continue to social distance until we're through this. Just continue to do all the right things. Don't think because you're protected, everybody else is protected. Look out for your fellow human. Don't put them in the hospital.
The masking helps me help you. Even if you took that little bit of precaution, it helps you. And my son has said that too. He's 9 and he takes more precautions than most adults. He has foregone birthday parties, trick-or-treating, all the stuff that little typical kids do because he's afraid that he will bring COVID home to me again.
It's really hard for our communities to not be able to come together and support each other in the ways that we're used to doing that.
The funerals have multiplied through COVID, but the gathering has not. The gathering has decreased at a time when one of the things that really brought us together, even though it was for saying goodbye and for a sad situation, those gatherings included the entire community. And now they don't, they can't, and the community is tired. They miss that.
We really care for each other, and we know each other, and we pull together in times of celebration and in times of grief and loss. And having to change the way we do things at a crucial time in our efforts to maintain what we have, it's really scary because it'll be 2 years soon, but we have to try to work together to make it through this safely and not lose any more.
We could save a lot more lives. We could have stopped this a long time ago if everybody had just done what they were supposed to do.
This is our reservation. We hope that we have a higher rate and we're protecting our people, our elders, everybody, because we got to protect ourselves.
I am a warrior.
I will protect my people.
I am not afraid to make a stand.
I stand for truth.
I love my people. I am a warrior.
I am a warrior.
I am a warrior.
I am a warrior. I am a warrior. I am a warrior. I am a warrior.
I am a warrior.
I am a warrior.
I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior.
I am a warrior.
It's a missing piece to the puzzle now. Could have been prevented if we did our part. Got bad blood with the government. Could barely trust any one of them. Don't know it's real, don't know it's fake, so it's hard for us to go and trust them. Gotta understand there's two sides to every story though. The science is real and I'm living proof. There's pros and cons in everything we do. Half the food ain't even safe to eat, but y'all still tripping by the shot though. Back then, if provided tools, we put them all to use. It's a modern tool that we must use, so don't be fooled by the fake news. I'm just a modern warrior, doing what I gotta do. Make sure.
Okay. That's all I have for you.
Well, thank you, Michelle. Is there any comments by council? Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Michelle, Shadow. I apologize the day that you guys shot this. I was unable to because I was dealing with an incident that just needed attention. But yeah, this is something that I hope, a lot of people see and recognize and listen to. These are just a few stories of hundreds of people here that contracted it, me being one of them. And thankfully, mine wasn't as bad. But I want to make sure that, I know Anita did, but acknowledging the people that we've lost, very important people, language keepers and cultural people that we've lost. And so let's not lose sight of them. And you guys are doing a good job of keeping that. So I appreciate you guys and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really think we as a council need to consider having these individuals on staff, because every time they do a presentation like this, it captures an audience and it makes you think about things. And we have a lot of issues that we need to get out to the membership and help them to understand. And so I really believe Shadow and this group and Michelle have seemed to captured something that really captures an audience. And so I would like to encourage in the future that we continue to have these guys do this, because it's just wonderful to see the faces and see real people talking about real issues that affect them. And I think that's the strongest message anybody can have. But thank you so much, Shadow and Michelle and all of the others. Artie, I know there's a whole group of you and that always get together and go out and do community functions also, like Rezapalooza. That was the most awesome experience. And I don't know if Pat Matt's still here, but I'll tell you, that was fun. And that was young people coming together along with older people and just a group getting together and having fun. So thank you so much for all you do for the community.
Ellie?
I just want to thank you, Michelle and Shadow, for all of the work that you put into this video. Exceptional work as always. Thank you for all that you do.
Any other comments? I know, yeah, great production. It certainly is. It's a great story. I think Stepan, yes. Stephen, yes.
I got a couple of questions to ask you. The old questions. How old do you have to be an elder? Does anybody know different places? You go to Canada, it's 45. You go to Arley's 55, you go to Elmo 65. Does anybody know, or we just go in there and say, hey, I'm an elder?
I know that, Stefan, that certain programs have different ages for classifying for elder services, generally. So it depends on the situation, I guess. If there's a standard way for us to deal with it, we can look at it and try to do a definition for services in a better way.
And that's the question, like if you're going to ask for wood or something, and then you go by the book. They go by the book and say, hey, are you 65 or what, you know? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
yeah, I believe the ages are different, but to me, you're an elder. I'm an old person. I think somebody that carries the language and the knowledge and the traditions, to me, that's an elder. But now if you're going by programs for services, most of the time that starts at 62, and sometimes it can go down to 55, or the payment is at 65. So they vary from program to program. So if you need services from a certain program, I think you're eligible, Stephen.
You mean they're not all the same, you know? You go up and down. And the other question, we talked about the elders. Martin was there, is about the marijuana. That's a good thing to talk about. How come it's our land? How come it was against the law? Now we could use it, you know. And we talked to Martin. I hate to use your name, Martin. And we say one is recreation and the other is for medicine. And the cop's gone already. And then if you get in a car and you're going all over the road and they get stopped and you're on marijuana, you know, do you get a breathing test or do you get a needle test or you what? Do you guys know anything about this or it's just new to you guys? I'm just asking this question because we got one in Ronan, you know, selling stuff, I mean.
Yes, Shane, are you here? Shane, maybe you can enlighten us on this particular topic a little bit better. I know a lot of things, Stephan, that in order to detect someone's under the influence of marijuana, whether they're operating a motor vehicle, I know officers typically have to go to training to be able to identify that. So it's kind of going to be up to the discipline or that agency to determine that, but maybe there is something that Shane can point out to us, Shane.
How come we can't just stop this? This is our land, you know. We always say, this is our land, you know. And they come in here, oh, there's a cop. You want to answer that?
This on? Okay. Not a cop. Was a prosecutor at one point. But what we can do, especially for the elders, Stephen, is we can come down and present to you all again and update you. Where we're at right now is the council approved decriminalization of marijuana that was submitted to the BIA superintendent, and that's still pending at this point. So I believe they have 90 days to respond to that. They haven't responded to that ordinance or that resolution that the council passed. As far as being under the influence of marijuana and driving, that's still illegal. That would be a crime, just as it is to drink alcohol and drive. So, so you can't do that. But what the tribes have done is looked at the misdemeanor offenses for like possession, paraphernalia, for certain amounts of marijuana up to 1 ounce, or actually up to 2 ounces, and has said that we're not going to charge people for having that in their possession. We're not saying that it's legal. We're just, the council hasn't said that it's legal yet. They've just said we're not going to charge people for those crimes anymore, especially when it's legal everywhere around us. And I think my understanding from the council's presentation on, or discussion on that, is they wanted to work on ways to promote the membership, the health and welfare of the membership, to reduce recidivism, to make sure members weren't going through the court systems, and trying to make our community healthier in that regard. So this is all still a work in progress, and we're still kind of chipping away at the different issues regarding marijuana. And we do plan to continue to come in and talk to both of the cultural committees, both Kootenai and the Salish and Pend Oreille cultural committees, as we work through the other issues. Yeah, so you're right. That it has been illegal in the past. Under federal law, it's still a Schedule I drug. Under, I think there's 28 states now that have legalized marijuana, somewhere around there. And I think the federal government is taking kind of a hands-off approach with states on the front of marijuana. But yeah, the traditionally people have been prosecuted and charged and entered the system in a cycle of recidivism where they're in and out of the system for petty weed offenses. Under state law, there's an expungement process that's going to be rolled out. The council is also aware of that expungement process, and that's been a part of the discussions that we've had, is working through what an expungement process would look like. Under state law, you can only get expunged for the offenses that are technically now legal. So if you had possession for a certain amount of marijuana, and it's now legal under Montana law, you can go petition through that system for expungement for that. If you had a felony for marijuana, you couldn't, that's not legal in Montana. So you couldn't go and request an expungement of that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the visual of seeing how much 2 ounces is and how much 1 ounce is, it's a lot. But you know, it's also, I think they've set kind of these parameters to recognize that, you know, we're going to use resources, at least in the state of Montana, and for the tribes both. I think the tribes have recognized that there's a better way to spend the resources than throwing people, tribal members, our people, in jail for petty weed offenses, and trying to find ways to, you know, promote those new priorities that we're going to talk about here in just a few minutes with Rick.
Thank you, Shane. We're a little bit behind schedule, and so I would entertain council discussion about breaking for lunch right now, and then having the initiatives after lunch and moving forward, because the food's here and it's hot. I don't want you to miss out on that. So if that's okay. Yeah, Martin.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to leave physically. I'll be on Zoom. My daughter has an appointment, so I apologize to the membership that I can't be here for the rest. Because of what's going on, I have to reschedule this so I can make it early in time to do what I need to do. So thank you guys for coming, and I apologize I have to leave early. So thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Is there consensus to do that? Okay, thank you. Could I ask Carol and leading us in a prayer before lunch?
Sure. Creator, today we just bless the hands that prepared the food, and we give thanks for all the members who were able to come in today and be a part of this quarterly meeting. And we just ask for safe travels. And we also ask for prayers for family, especially the Morjo family who is having a service today. And we just ask you to be with all the families, the Corville family, the lost loved ones, and just be with them at this time and help their loved ones to have a good journey. And we just pray for all of us in this new year. And we also ask for a prayer for, of course, our elders and our children, to keep them safe and strong, and our military and our police and our first responders, that we all just pray with them at this time and keep them safe. Komiate.
Yes. Please. We'll serve our elders. Okay, we'll reconvene at 12:30.
seems like something.
We'll get started here pretty soon. I'd like to bring this meeting back to order. Second time with the gavel, as you can tell. Next on the agenda, we have the initiative update from the executive support staff. So I believe that's Rick and company.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the new council. Yes, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to go through, and then I'd like to give a chance at the end for Shane to share a couple words. So in order to let people get back on the roads quickly, I'll jump into it if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
All right. So this update is on the 7 priority resolutions that council passed in July of now last year. And I'd like to start by reminding or showing people who may not be familiar with it, the CSKT mission and vision statement from May of 1996, which drove a lot of the conversations that council had when they were setting those resolutions. And I'm happy to share this if anybody would like it, but I won't bore you all by reading it. In short, though, the connection between our traditional principles and values and the culture that those are derived from govern what we are trying to do as a government organization. And in doing that, we are seeking to create a self-sufficient society, economy, and protect our resources, both our people and natural resources in that manner, and learn from them and continue to grow. Hopefully you all see that when we go through these priority resolutions that were adopted in July. First, here on the screen, and these are kind of summarized versions. The resolutions themselves are 2 pages each, but they cover these concepts. So the first is fully integrate traditional cultural values and languages into the daily lives of reservation residents. The idea here being that living on the Flathead Reservation should be distinct from living off of it, whether you're a tribal member or not. And how we get there is by understanding and incorporating those in a truly meaningful way into what we do on an everyday basis. Next is the eradication of homelessness. It's a strong word, but a good one for this goal. Improve and promote mental health, eradicate addiction. Those 2 things really go hand in hand. And I'll stop here and say these are lofty, ambitious, significant goals, but they should be, because we should shoot for the best for people in our future. After that, we have facilitating the right earning opportunity or job for the tribal members. And the distinction there is it's more than just creating a job within the tribal government or within one of our corporations, but really doing all that we can do to help people find that right source of income or provision for their family or themselves that may or may not look like 8 to 5, Monday through Friday kind of job, but could include things like bartering, ensuring that hunting as a sustainable way of providing food is accessible to people. Next, we have fostering business ownership among the tribal membership. And finally, achieving food security and sovereignty and eradicating hunger. Those things go hand in hand. If we're food secure and sovereign, we should not have an issue with hunger among our people. I wanted to spend a good amount of time today talking through what we are doing as an organization to try and address those resolutions. So to start, this is the path we're taking for for all of those resolutions, and I want to clarify, all of those things we have been and will continue to work on even without these resolutions. But the power, I think, that comes from putting them in resolution form and kind of having them point us to that North Star of where we want to be in the future, is that it gives the CSKT staff a real kick in the pants in a good way to cross between teams, to make sure our efforts are coordinated and not get stuck in what each different department or program might be trying to do, but make sure we're working together across the organization. To do that, we are starting or have started creating multidisciplinary teams. For each initiative, we're looking at who has an interest, no matter what department or program they're in, or who might have a piece of the puzzle, a piece to unlock that path to actually achieving those resolutions and the goals. So we're looking at, for housing, for example, the Housing Authority, Economic Development Office, DHRD, several programs within DHRD, tribal health, the court system, defenders, prosecutors, and really anybody else who might have an interest. And that is important because we want to make sure as we move forward, we don't unnecessarily duplicate resources or duplicate efforts that we could potentially do more with what we have, and instead of do the same thing in two different ways. After the teams are created, we have been and will continue to do an inventory of the current efforts that are being done in each area. A lot of work being done in housing, a lot of work being done in addiction, mental health, food sovereignty and security, business ownership. And because we're a large organization, we want to make sure that we understand that the left hand truly does know what the right hand is doing. After that, we're going through a short and long-term planning process, which is and has led to tasks that are achievable in short-term periods that are going to lead us to long-term goals. And I'll talk about a couple of those in a little bit, so folks can understand kind of what that means or what it looks like. Then we're going to have ongoing monitoring and periodic reassessment. For each of these initiatives and the suite of initiatives as a whole, Shane, Jordan, myself, and the other team members will be preparing reports to council on what we have accomplished, what we are seeking to accomplish in the next quarter, and evaluating whether or not those efforts are fruitful or if we need to try a different approach. Because these 7 resolutions and what they represent are so compelling, we're also working on an employee campaign defining why we work. So every CSKT employee understands when they come in the door on a Monday or a Tuesday or whatever day, they are working to achieve these ambitious goals and have something to rally behind. And then finally, through all of this, we're working to communicate, to strengthen our communications with the membership and our relationship with external supporters and potential partners, because most of these tasks are going to require or are going to be best achieved if they're done not just by us, but if we're working in conjunction with the other organizations within our communities. So I wanted to show for the membership and for the new council, I think the existing council has seen these before. These are some posters that we developed. They're still technically in draft form, but they are, we've had good feedback from members of the staff on these. So these are the quote unquote motivational posters that tie in with that why we work as a member of CSKT. And we have one for each resolution with one exception. That's the addiction and mental health initiatives are combined because they really do go hand in glove. So on the screen here, you see 3 of them, traditional values and languages, eradication of homelessness, eradication of addiction, improvement of mental health. This one has the final 3, creating earning opportunities and jobs, fostering business ownership, and achieving food sovereignty and security. And kind of the theme or the tagline for all of these, if you've noticed, is to protect our people. And the title I had on this PowerPoint is to protect our future. They really are things that if we do them well, it is protecting our future, and as a result, protecting our people and our resources. So I'd like to cover 2 of the 7 resolutions and just give a high level overview of the efforts that have been done or in process, and a little bit of what we're looking to in the near future. First is the homelessness group. So after we organized the team, went through a bit of an inventory and did some planning, there were several things that came up as we have to start on these efforts. First was there's a need for intentional coordination and organization of all those various efforts that are underway across the organization. To accomplish that, we are looking to create a position that would be a version of the homelessness coordinator, somebody who can push those efforts across all of the different functions ahead, and kind of be the point person for any of the large initiatives that might come down in the future that don't rest solely within a particular department or program. One of the big needs in the homelessness arena was accurate data. We all know that there's an issue, but one of the things that COVID showed us, and that we knew to some degree beforehand, is that there's a gap in what we actually do know as it relates to homelessness in 2 areas in particular. One is the what are the housing needs that exist, and that's not necessarily how many houses are needed, but what are the things that are preventing people from accessing safe, secure, either home ownership or rental or lease in their families or their individual lives. So there's a survey that's now underway, being facilitated by the Housing Authority, and it's going to capture that data. It's the first time we're doing something of this scale, and I think the entire team is excited about that. Related, but slightly differently, is this parallel study that is looking at what are the causes for homelessness that may not be picked up in the housing needs assessment. Those can be things like that could tie into addiction and mental health, that could tie into stable incomes, lack of resources, first last month's rent kind of thing, home situations that are unstable for whatever reason that might not get picked up in the housing needs survey. That study is also underway, also being spearheaded by the Housing Authority. With those two things, we should have a really good picture, or the hope and the goal is to have a really good picture of what toggles need to be adjusted in order to start to solve the homelessness issue in a long-term and sustainable way. One of the things that we know is necessary, and we anticipate showing up in those surveys, is the challenges that addiction can create with folks that are looking to break free from that cycle. And a council priority for several years has been to create a local treatment facility, an inpatient treatment facility. And this homelessness group is starting that planning process in a serious way. We're working to put out an RFP or an RFQ to actually just move that forward. Tribal Council has allocated or approved the allocation of resources through our American Rescue Plan funds to make that a reality. But we're also looking at ways we can partner with other groups. I believe Councilwoman Langford has been involved with a group that wants to create a regional type of treatment facility. That would be great, because pooling of resources is, it would allow us to achieve our outcomes without footing the entire bill. And we would love to host that here. So those plans are actively being worked on, and by the end of next month, we're hoping to have the more robust planning started, or at least a timeline of when we're going to start the work of determining what that facility might look like, where it might be located, and be moving towards an actual construction. And then the final thing that we are working on is determining the gaps in services. And once we do that, we're going to create a plan to address that. Determination of the gaps in services is dependent upon those studies. So it'll come after we have the results of the housing and homelessness studies. But what we're going to do with that is look to create or to bridge those gaps, so that we don't accidentally or unintentionally leave people behind as we seek to move forward. A couple other things that aren't on this slide are tiny house project that our economic development office is looking into. That would be not only producing housing that by its nature would be affordable, but also trying to use that same effort to create either jobs or other economic opportunity in our communities. There's many, many more. I just picked a few of the highlights here. Next, we have the food sovereignty team and the efforts that they have done over the last year or so. This group was established actually right before COVID, right before COVID hit in 2020. But when COVID did hit, council set aside a pool of funding through some of the federal recovery funds to really kickstart their efforts. And the first thing they did as a team was complete a community food assessment. That included a lot of interviews with community members across the reservation. From that assessment, it was determined that there was a need in each community for robust food storage and preparation locations. So that group identified the community centers that we have, the tribal community centers in each area, or the senior centers in some cases, and looked at what they could do to improve or establish sufficient storage and preparation facilities, and then actually got that work done. So there have been significant upgrades in all of our main communities, in the community centers or senior centers around food storage and preparation. And one of the big efforts in that area was developing a commercial quality and scale kitchen and distribution facility for food efforts at the Kicking Horse Center. Through that center and those upgraded community centers and senior centers, that team will have distributed over 2,200 meal kits by mid-January of this year. They're right now in the process of distributing meal kits and food vouchers and various other things to members of the community. Even though they had to cancel one yesterday or two yesterday, they're going to get back up and finish getting those meal kits distributed. But that's 2,200 meal kits that tribal members can show up to their community locations and get not just food, but quality, local, wherever possible, and healthy food. And then as of just under 7 days ago, the same team launched a pilot program through a grant from the Headwaters Foundation to deliver fresh, local, and traditional foods to tribal members, but starting with the elders in each of our communities. And I don't know, I wanted to ask after the comment this morning, I don't know what the definition of elder is in this program, but I think it's flexible. And really the goal with this pilot program is to establish a method of sourcing, packaging if necessary, and distributing high quality, importantly traditional foods to the entire membership. Down the road, that's the goal, starting with those who are most in need. or most, I don't want to say deserving, but that's probably as good a word as any. And that's the elder group. And then the pilot program's taken a big chunk of the energy for the next year, likely, but they're also doing continuing efforts in coordination with tribe departments. One example, Tom, you might be familiar with this, is the idea of using the or partnering with the Natural Resources Department in some of the culling efforts to bring in food sources, natural resource-based food sources into the pipeline for distribution to our membership. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, but before I open it up for questions, one of the things I just want to reiterate, I highlighted 2 of the 7 groups. We are working to make this reporting available to the general public. We're actively right now looking for a way to make a dashboard or something similar that can be incorporated into our website, so that all of the membership, all of the community members, council and other staff have a real-time look at what those groups are doing and where we're at in the process. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions folks have.
Thank you, Rick. The one question I would have, or maybe a suggestion that I haven't, of course, discussed this with the rest of the tribal council, but when you talked about the employees and engaging the employees, I would love to have the opportunity, Rick, to be able to engage, present to the entire working force of the tribes as a council representative. If there's anything like that planned, then I would certainly love to be able to be part of that and be encouraging to our staff, because our staff are so valuable, and that's to make any of this successful. You're fully embedded in the staff, and I'd certainly like to engage them and encourage them and reward them as best as possible. So keep that in mind. I'm willing to be able to do that as a chair, and I don't know the rest of the council. Certainly, it's up to them, but I certainly would offer that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just another comment in regards to that. Some of the discussion that Rick brought up earlier about the direction that we were, or some of our priorities that we have identified through resolution. When we had that discussion with the elders, part of the reorganization chart came up also. So especially for the new council, the elders have acknowledged to us that they wanted us to relook at that again, to place the elders directly under the council rather than under a specific department. So I just wanted to mention that because that'll be part of the conversation that's going to be coming up too also.
Is there any other comments? None? Okay. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate it. Appreciate the executive staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I had to go back. Ricky was he was a wildlife biologist. We tried to train, and we lost him. So,
yeah. And you caught me off guard. I would like, oh yeah, that is my name. So I much appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Before I jump off, I would like to say regarding the Vice Chairman's comment, that's actually something that starting next week, we're ready to discuss that realignment based upon the feedback from the elders committees. And I think I think we can address that as quickly as the council would like to. And I know that that would be much appreciated based on the comments from those groups. Finally, I'd like to give Shane Morjo just a minute to introduce himself to the council and any community members. Shane and Jordan Thompson from the legal department recently moved into the executive support team from the legal department to help with these efforts that I went through, and also bring their expertise and their experience with public affairs and communications. And they are energized and excited to help us move forward as an organization and help our communities. And so if you are willing, I would like to give Shane a minute to introduce himself. And unfortunately, Jordan is traveling back to Spokane. I would call him in, but the roads being what they are, I would prefer he stayed focused on the driving.
Thank you, Rick. Shane, you got 1 minute. No, I'm just joking. I don't know if you can keep an attorney to 1 minute or not, but we'll see how concise.
Yeah,
Shane is. Thank you.
fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and council members. Congrats to all of you. I'm truly very excited to be a part of the reorganization and our work in the executive. And, I think Rick did a really good job of laying out the priorities for all of the council today. And I'm excited about that because we're now in a place where we can ensure, especially with the executive, to ensure that those priorities don't get lost, especially as we have changes in our future leadership. So I'm very excited about that. I've talked to you all recently about my work and what our positions are going to be. But just in case some of the new council members weren't there for that discussion, my job is public affairs and communications. So, roughly 40% of my work is going to be in the policy shop, where I'm working on state, local, and federal relationships and policy issues. That includes like local partners and as well. The other 60% is going to be working on these priorities and also working on the communication side. We fortunately were able to get Gwen Langford to help us with some of our communications work here, and that's been really nice to have because Gwen has brought some solid experience in for the tribes. Did that work prior. And so I'm really excited about the work actually that we've been doing here just recently on getting our annual report, crafting something that tells the story of CSKT. And so we're excited about that and what that's going to look like. So stay tuned. One of the things that Rick mentioned about the priorities is, he's kind of tracking through those issues. And what I'm really excited about with all of this work is that, we're actually setting objectives, we're setting goals, we're setting strategies, and we're measuring those. And we're going to come in and report to the council and on those priorities regularly. So I think that's going to be something for me that's really exciting because we're going to be able to try things that really help our membership, that are helping the community. And it's a really exciting time to be able to actually try some things and focus on those priorities and find ways to improve the quality of life for our membership. So with that, I want to say thank you. And I'm proud to be here standing with you and working with all of you. We have so many talented people within the CSKT in all these various departments. And one of the things that we're also focusing on is just trying to find ways to be more efficient, more effective. One example is on the communication side, this job used to oversee the Charcusta. Well, we don't really need two editors, in my opinion. And we have Sam Sandoval, who's extremely talented. And so we're just trying to find ways to just kind of button up things to make things a little more efficient, take the talent we have and utilize that talent in a lot of different ways that we know we can. So again, Lem Lemch, thank you all, and congrats to all of you in your new roles.
Thank you, Shane. Good luck in your new role. So we look forward to working with you and Rick and the executive team. With that, I'd like to move to the general membership and ask for any words of wisdom, comments. I know Sam's waiting, so if there's anybody else, please come forward and grab the mic.
Happy New Year. We're very fortunate to be here today. And I'm very fortunate to be home. As I woke this morning, and I give thanks to my Creator, and I give thanks to our parents, John, Bud Barnaby, and Hazel, Mary Stanislaw Barnaby. Because it wasn't very long that I left the reservation after our mother died. Same time our mother died, actually. And she told me to go make a life for my family. It's funny how the world turns and things take a turn in motion. And in some regard, I call it a blessing to be here today. To have been a part of something that we want to put behind us, but I'm glad that I was a part of that right choice. Because that right choice is here today, to incumbents. And I reflect on the things that our parents taught us when we were growing up. And there were 15 children that our parents raised. And now it's just us brothers that are the living few. And that is that nothing in life is a coincidence. There are things set in motion, even back to the days of our chieftains, who are those murals that are also a part of us today. I always reflect on them, and I always bring them up when I'm addressing you as council members, because they embellish these walls just as much as the other Kakatwitnam. In the Kootenai language, we call those who rattle their bones, that I'd learned from our elders who had passed on. And I think about the words of Stephen this morning, of how all these things are lost, it's gone. And I reflect about those things that I said that were going through my mind this morning, thinking about my parents, our parents. I always have to correct myself, because our parents would always say that I'm not just your mom, I'm not just your dad, we're all your parents, you know? So it's our mom, our dad. But I think about today being the 7th of January, 2022. And like I said, 7 incumbents, 7 people who were still already here, re-elected, 3 chieftains, in some sort have been represented by those who have been newly elected into those 3 slots, because of the chaos that we've been going through. And I think about, like I said, what Stephen was saying about how we've lost so many things. And I think about the last words that our mother told me when I was leaving to a salaried position in the corporate world of Walmart. And she had told me, you know, because of the ways that we raised ourselves and that we came to go to these dances that Stephen were talking about, my mother warned me, and basically I'm kind of in a way glad that I listened to what my mother told me because of the way that we've changed. And I say that in a good way, to the way that she taught us as well as our father taught us. Anymore, we feel that these positions that we hold are an entitlement, that you get the big 5-6 figures to represent us, your boss, and we forget about our people. This room was packed, and I felt good about it this morning. But I remember what my mom said, I don't want you to be hurt. Because when I'd go to these dances and things, and we were raised that way, people started to abuse those Blue Jays that Stephen was talking about. And I was probably one of her special kids because I was the second to the youngest. We were the cab rats, me and my younger brother. And she said, I don't want you to be hurt. Don't go to those gatherings no more, because people will hurt you and they'll put bad medicine on you. That's the changes that Stephen's talking about. That's the changes that our elders years ago told us about. It is real. Third time's charm. When COVID hit, and they called it COVID-19, was in 2019. I and my family came back from a great 10-day vacation that I was able to afford my family to Hawaii. And we returned from our vacation, and everybody was wondering what it was that we got. And my wife and my grandson and went to the doctors. No idea at the end of 2019 what it was. Wasn't the flu, wasn't influenza A or B. Then by the time we fight through that, and I fought through it as a facilitator for the academy for teaching the Walmart One Best Way, my new job. And I got up every day and went to work every day, but I was weak. And then finally, the end of February, beginning of March 2020, well, that's what it was, COVID. Then, of course, by then I was fired by Walmart. And lo and behold, I saved up enough money to move my family back home. My old boss was glad to take me back. And not even a year ago, 3 days ago, second time hit COVID. Fully vaccinated with the Pfizer shot, but knowing still that it was inevitable to be a cure-all. And then just recently, just got out of quarantine 2 days ago, returned to work, because that third time of charm, I was down with COVID, and just, it is so real. And to feel just like that video that we'd seen, yeah. And my cousin Vernon, I remember his wife coming to the store. Yeah, he's not going to get vaccinated, didn't believe in it. But now, you know, everything comes full circle because we start to think about those things. Think about that entitlement of people who think that they're untouchable. It's there, it's going to be there. We're living in those times today of where it is real. Last but not least, I would ask the council to, now that you're really re-elected and in your new chairs and whatnot, to go over those things that were been on the people's mind of the reservation of the payment of $2,000, because we're living in tough times. It's not an act of God. It's not an act of this executive thing of back to those days of where we always depended on an executive board. You're the chairman. You're the council. You're our governing body, not an executive branch above you. You work for us. You don't work for an executive board above you. You work for us, the people. You work for your families. And we're suffering. My heart goes out to my cousins who are on council, my adopted sister who's on council, because you know where the roots that I come from and the truth that I speak from my father and my mother and my brothers who are still living. We don't have fancy things, and we're not going to go to heaven with fancy things. We're simple people. We're common sense people. I wish we had more PhD people like Thomas Bearhead Swaney. I told Tom about this on a conversation just about a week ago. Thomas Bearhead Swaney, he had his PhD. He was a post hole digger. And that's how he got his doctorate. My father, our father, John Bud Barnaby, jumped on that trolley going all the way across Idaho and Washington to go pick apples for his family, to send a check back to our mother, take the trolley all the way across the state of Montana to the other side of Montana. Our grandmother on my father's side was an interpreter for the Kootenai people. Those are stories like Stephen was talking about that I have, that I'll have for the rest of my life. Like I said, it doesn't take an act of God to reconvene yourselves as a council to help those 8,000 members who are out there homeless, without food, trying to make ends meet because of this. I appreciate the council people who work for me and take my calls and take the initiative to say, did so-and-so get back a hold of you? No, never did get a call from Mickey and yes, never did get a call from my wife's brother-in-law, Clayton Matt. But that council member took the time to make sure that there's food on my family's table took the time to listen to my problems. Those words that Jennifer Finley took the time to present today are so true. And it echoes what Len has always done at every quarterly. We're your boss. We're who you work for. You don't work for yourselves. You don't work for just your families. You work for the membership of the Confederated Salish, Kootenai, and Pend Oreille Kalispel people. People are suffering outside these doors. Their families are suffering. This pandemic is real. Our ways may be lost and they may be just stories. But even with all the things that go on in my life, and as I did this morning before I left my home, as was taught by our parents, I prayed and I smudged for the good things to come out of my instrument of what God gave me, from what came from my heart, that I could speak on behalf of my brothers, my sisters, my family, the membership. Because if you knew genealogy like our father did, it all goes back to Adam and Eve, he'd always tell us. I love each and every one of you. Don't get me wrong. And I love my niece, even though she's not on council anymore. And I love the good friend, even though she's not our chairwoman anymore. But we need to remember that we're not entitled because of the 6 or 5 figure digits that we hold in our pocketbook. We have to remember where we came from. I remember where I came from. My father and my mother. Our father and our mother, who scraped every penny to raise 15 beautiful children. And I'm glad to be a part of the Barnaby Stanislaw family. And I would hope one day that if I ever did get the chance to be a council member, that I could serve my people even better than I'm serving them now by being a voice, like Stephen says, and getting up and expressing my feelings like I have in the past and I am today. Because like he says, what's the worst you could tell me? No. I wish each and every one of you the greatest year. I hope that we can put this pandemic behind us, but we must never forget where we came from, and we must never forget the teachings that it gave us. We must never forget Kakatutnam. We must never forget that things are real. It's not fake news like Donald Trump would say. These things are real and we are living them today. I want to thank you who stood out to the bitter end, still be here. Didn't take off. And if those are you that are watching via Zoom, God bless you and your families too. Because as much as I would hope that each and every one of you council members who are really elected or newly elected, I would hope that you're just as well as me, who fights every day for not just my family, but I fight for others and I voice their concerns. You know, I've come to you, some of you, for several things of other people who have had concerns but don't have the the audacity to come forward because they're not people, but they entrust their trust with me. I wish you all the best, and I want you to do all the best that you cannot do just for yourselves, like I said, not just for your families, not just for those who have gone on before us, but for today, the present. Like Stephen and Blue were kind of talking about that 2000. Stephen's for it. And I know that there's probably a lot of membership that out there that was watching via Zoom with that chaos that was going on the last week and had that puppeteering of, you know, and it came up 5-5. And so it went back to stalemate, went back to 1,000. Now we're going to spend extra thousands of dollars to make out 2 payments. But I'm sure that there's something out there to where we can make that possible, that by the end of this month, we can have that 2,000. And that as council members and about the monies that we get throughout whatever, Kerr Dam, which the Salish Kalispell Dam that we own now, there ought to be some kind of revenue that by June, if there became some emergency kind of thing, that you could come up with some kind of other funding to help us through that time. It's not rocket science. It's Sam with his PhD, just like John Bud Barnaby and Hazel Barnaby, in a suit and tie. But I'll go out there and be a PhD. And again, once again, I love you all and thank you for your time.
Lemlip Sam. Is there any other folks out there that would like to speak?
Kisuk Kukia, congratulations to all of the new members and welcome back to those that are reelected, and nice to see all of you that are still here. I just wanted to quickly say, not on behalf of an official capacity, because that would be inappropriate, because as a federal government worker, I should be government and then be invited through a letter to you. So, but aside from that, I just wanted to introduce myself to those of you that don't know, and just say that I am still at the U.S. Department of Commerce. I'm at the Economic Development Administration as the Tribal Engagement Coordinator. And so for those that aren't familiar, please reach out to me. I have a lot of good networks. You have a friend, you have a liaison at DC. So whatever the initiative that you guys are pushing forward, we do have connections to help whatever that initiative is. And so I would love to support you in any way that I can. So please, I try to stay connected to you all with information that I share as I get it, but please reach out to me anytime. So I just wanted to say congrats again, and please don't be afraid to reach out.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, just a quick response to that. We're very, very fortunate to have one of our own people over there in DC into this capacity, because there's a lot of potential help that Carol Lee could really help us with. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for sharing that.
Any other speakers? How's your chance? Oh, Anita, my bad. Sorry.
Way over here. Carol Lee, I'd just like to thank you, because the information that you have been sharing, I've been forwarding to the different departments. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Chairman Tom McDonald. I want to say, Sam, thank you for coming, taking time out of your day to engage with the tribal government, because you're right, we do serve you, and I can tell that you have a good heart and you're speaking from a good place. And when you speak from the heart, your words are very powerful. Thank you so much for coming and I'm grateful for that. And thank you, Carolee, also for coming here and having a connection with us always. I'm glad to see that too. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would also like to acknowledge Sam, and I'm his adopted sister that he was talking about. But I also know Sam has some needs, and we talked the other night, like he said, and I tried to help him as much as I could. But Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd like to work with Patricia Hibbler and see if we could get Sam a little of assistance to get by. I don't know if there's going to be another vote, but at least get him by so he can make it through the month. I mean, some people are struggling, and I just don't want to leave them hanging. I mean, I just don't feel it's right. So whatever I can do to help through our programs, and I'll work through the policy too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sam and I go way back. And one of the things when he talks about we work for the people, when Sam was living in Helena and working in a different capacity for his employment, and we were doing the bison hunt. And one of the requirements is to go bison hunt, your subsistence hunt is to go to the orientation. And you had to have an orientation. And so that was one of the protocols that council set forward through recommendations of the staff and other folks. And so very sensitive hunt. But the goal of ours was to never, ever, leave someone hanging that they didn't go through an orientation. So I can remember a couple of years at least, so many people couldn't make their orientations. And so I would give orientations on the weekends, on my days off to whoever couldn't come to our regular ones. And so that's the kind of service that's I encourage, all the employees to do, the entire council, because that's what we're here for. We're here as servants to the membership. And especially when you're talking about that type of level of service, basic needs subsistence, how can you not do that? So Sam, your words are always from the heart, and I really appreciate that. I believe you're a motivational speaker, and I know your family very well. I used to sweat with Bud, back in the day up in the mountains, and so it's been a privilege to get counsel from you, Sam, and certainly that'll be my goal to continue to do that. The COVID issue and the payment, I'm not familiar with. I don't know I didn't listen to the arguments, pros and cons of doing one payment over two payments. I know the administrative cost of doing two mailings and two issuances it doubles that versus one. Obviously, there's cost savings in doing one payment, but I don't know the other rationale for it. I certainly be willing to revisit that at any time if that's the other council would like to do that. I certainly would. I have no issue with issuing one payment myself. So we'll probably discuss that as soon as we can. Thank you, Sam. Is there any other comments from the public or membership? Bernie? Thank you, Bernie. Any other words? We could call you out by name, but I don't want to do that. I want to encourage you to speak. But with that, I'll get ready to close this with some closing remarks from council. If anybody has any closing remarks before we end the meeting.
Shay Hoy.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. Take a vote. All those. No vote? Okay, let's, okay. All right, I'm a rookie. Lemlips, everybody.